Welcome back to Workers and Resources. We continue the construction of our town. Helas needs to be built up, and we are starting with our road infrastructure first. Because that is the correct thing to do. We will build all of the roads, at least those that we do need, which are currently started. And then we'll start building from the town to the heating plant station. And last but not least, after we have people already moved in, the university itself will start being constructed. So this is going to take a while, a rather long while, but that's okay. It will be also very costly. We have a good source of income, however. And the only concern right now is the loan in rubles, which with the low oil prices is not being paid back. So we have to put some money back, make sure we can repay it at some point. But I don't really have a concern with taking out more loans if we have to do that. So yeah, that is currently the goal. Get Helas set up, get it operational, get people moving in, and then start growing, get as many people as possible here, get the technical university up, and start researching. Most importantly, maybe erroneously so, but get the automatic tree replanting going, because I don't want to spend more time taking care of this area. It is getting old. It's getting old fairly quickly. Well, it has already gotten old. So here's what it is. Every start of the stream, I guess we have to go in here and replant some trees to make sure this stays running. Other than that, I was considering a scrapyard inside Kolata, which we could build and run it with our existing population. Would generate a little bit of pollution, but I don't think it would be too bad. And it would create resources for us that we would need to carry away and locate to a different area. Maybe we can put that one up here, and in the future have a rail connection to it. I think this would be a fairly good place for it. And then if we grow our town with some more highly populated, higher population buildings, we can increase the throughput of the area as our demand grows. But yeah, for now I think just having the scrapyard here should be enough. And then leaving it open for a rail connection from this side will be good enough. And a road cargo station on one of the sides to allow us to connect something that will allow us to store more resources on trucks. I think that will be a good investment right now, and one that we should make. Get a road cargo station set up. And that will be for the export / moving of resources into storages. In the end, we will probably get a lot of metal scrap from this. I did do a test recently where I tried to scrap 2 identical vehicles, but I moved one of them to 50% wear and tear, and the result was that you did get a lot less steel, a lot less components, plastic, but a lot more metals, scrap metal, and a lot more mixed waste. So the older the vehicles are, the fewer materials you can salvage from them. As makes sense. In our case, that means I don't know if it means anything. Shouldn't really. We scrap whatever we scrap, and we have to just make sure all of the materials are being removed. We get an open mile truck carrying away steel. We get a dump truck carrying away scrap metal. A waste truck carrying away the mixed waste. And a covered hull truck carrying away components, should we get them. And for the usable materials, we can drop them off in here, and then any excess would be exported at that point. So the trucks would go from here, drop off excess, export. In the future we could probably load it by train. I don't know if you can load directly from the facility. We would need to test that, but maybe you can. And then we could grab the materials and bring them elsewhere. Always having like one rail occupied by a train that carries away the materials until fully loaded. I don't know which material. Maybe scrap metal. I guess it would depend. But yeah, I think setting up a scrapyard right now is a good idea. We might have to redo this road if the train line runs into any issues, but we can probably flatten this in a way where it will work fine. Yeah, should be no problem. Just elevate the terrain. Maybe redo the electric connection a little bit. And then everything should be fine. Will it even let us do that? It said it would allow us to terraform. Yes, it allows us to terraform. Excellent. Cool. Even underneath the wire. That could cause clipping, but shouldn't be that noticeable. And yeah, we could also replace the wires with underground ones. The other thing I wanted to build was maybe a brick factory or a prefab one. Brick factory you could already build. We would need to bring coal here. And I think that would need to be done by train. Basically any factory that we make needs a train line, I think. Because with trucks it's gonna be not that easy. We have to build a rail line this way. Let's move the elevation out. And then smoothen it. Let's see if we can get the train line through here. Over the road, I guess. Too steep, supposedly. Right, double track into the scrapyard underneath the electric wire, which might be a little bit too low now that the terrain has been raised. But yeah, we can redo that if it gets a little bit annoying. And then we have to build a train line. A very long train line, I guess. I guess if we snake a train through the mountain here, somehow we might be able to connect it. I don't want to invest in a tunnel right now, but a single train line to the scrapyard might be ideal. And then in the future we could hook up a proper train line that goes, I guess, through this area. Yeah, that seems about right here. And oh, I guess there's already kind of a path defined here. I didn't. Oh yeah, that's my road. I guess I defined that myself. But this path down here. That would be a very long train line, but I mean, it's only for scrapping vehicles and picking up the resources from it. So I guess the proper rail line might go this way. About here. So something along the lines of here. And then the same for you. It doesn't really need to be double tracked. Double tracking it is, I still think, overkill, but in this case it might make sense. I guess single track should be fine. And this is for the future, this is not something we need to plan out right now. But just having it in mind that the rail line is going to go around the lake this way, and then go through here, come by the city, and I guess all the way along the map. Or we could just get a tunnel boring machine and just ignore mountains a bit more. Although a tunnel boring machine would cost us rubles and be quite expensive. But for the time being, I would like to snake a railroad up this mountain and into our existing train line over here. I think on this side, when we're already at the highest elevation. Something along the lines of this would work. Cut across the road. The road that isn't being used that much at all. And then we have to pick a point here where we want to scale the mountain pretty much. I think I'm gonna plan that in reverse and pick a line from here first. That seems okay. It's going downward though. But that's... I guess that's okay. Don't have a bulldozer here. Everything has to be in place from just placing it, which is not going to be smooth looking, but it is what it is. And then the mountain itself is going to be tricky. Going up the mountain will be something else. As long as it's yellow, it's fine, but when you get to the red bits, it's going to be tricky. So if we loop around here, and this way, just a second. Okay. This is going to be such a steep hill to climb. I don't know if it's going to be possible. I don't think we can get up here without altering the terrain. We might just have to... I don't want to build all the way around. That seems kinda ridiculous. But also hooking up to the single train line here, that was only intended for allowing us to buy vehicles, is also kinda ridiculous. I think we just have to plan for the large train line. Maybe get a better rail construction vehicle. So right now we won't be able to get to the scrapyard with trains. We just have to keep it emptied out with road vehicles, and that's fine. And just having this building will be useful, because it will allow us to replace old vehicles and send the old vehicles to the scrapyard. Not gonna plan for any airplanes or helicopters, but I'm gonna set the checkbox for everything. And we also don't have any personal vehicles yet. But yeah, as soon as we toggle this on, they should go to the scrapyard. If they can. I might have to extend my loan. I think I'll do that. Go back to 500k. In this menu. 4.1% is fine. And repay this one. This grocer is a little bit overfilled. This one is doing the same. Our small store is still okay, so I guess we might need another grocer. Oh no, that was just a wave of shoppers for some reason. Not sure why. Seems like it's... I guess we could up it to 15 and just not do any safety buffer here and be fine. It's probably fine. Seems like they're okay. Oh yeah, and our container unloading facility for testing is also going to be set up while we're building Helas. The container test will be something that I want to do. People will have to walk into this building, I think. Okay, we don't have a footpath connection, but if I put a dirt footpath here as close as possible to the building, they can reach, no problem. Dirt footpaths are much better than dirt roads for walking. 1 or 2 more deliveries of bricks, and then we're ready. So, I need a covered hull truck. No, an open hull truck, which we already have. Baraslav Customs House. Sure, we're gonna make a new route. But first I have to buy some containers. As I said, I'm going to test it with some crops because they are very cheap. I'm gonna go for medium-sized containers. That's 150 tons of crops. And then we're gonna get food. 10 tons of food. 50 tons-ish. We will fill this building with the containers first. Load any container. Go here, wait until unloaded, wait until loaded, wait until unloaded, so that it will wait for the last container, because it can't. There's no other container telling it that there's more to load. But yeah, we'll fill the container unloading facility with as many containers as possible. Hopefully have enough room for setting different resources to be unloaded. And then check if it works correctly. And we can use those resources. I guess we can't use the crops, but yeah. I guess we could export them to the east. Price isn't that much different. All resources are present. Now we just wait for the construction to complete. and disable the workers in the area. Limit the amount. I want... Basically I want 1% crops, 1% clothing, and 98% something we don't have. Okay, that's maybe a little bit low. Let's do 5, 2, and 93. So 14 tons of crops, 3.5 tons of clothing, the rest is a resource we don't have. We're gonna unload as many containers as possible into here now. And let the vehicle run until all containers are delivered, which will take a while. And once that is done, we will allow workers to work here and see if they only unload until 14 tons and 3.5 tons and don't get in each other's way. Because then this would work very well for a storage solution. As long as you can make sure that you always get enough containers of whatever you need. But we would have to solve that with external container storages. So we would have 1 or 2 storages for food, clothing, electronics, and meat would be its own one, and alcohol could also be here. And then I guess for food you could also use a large storage. I wonder if you could set a train to load specific types of containers. I think you can. I guess that way you could have a cargo train station with surrounding containers, and you always pull 5 food containers, 2 other containers, etc. And you always make sure to drop that amount into an existing other. You wait until it's basically used up before you load more. So you might be able to just use trains as cargo. So instead of these vehicle storages, you just have trains with the different types of containers inside. And that means when the train is empty, it goes out and picks up more containers. Maybe that's the way we should solve it. And it would also be relatively space efficient, I think. So we would need a cargo train station with... I guess we would use this one. Okay, this is more space inefficient. But it would combine storage and delivery destination in one. Here's our first food. I guess we can let them work now. I want to see if it works. Maybe not that many workers, maybe only 5. And let them run the container facility for now. No power supply. Well, that doesn't matter for us. We got 4 pavers, 1 roller. Maybe a little bit off balance, but rolling can be done slowly. Paving needs... We need a lot of pavers to make sure that most dump trucks have a vehicle that they can work with, but the roller can work independently after the paving is done. Just takes a long time. Yep. Roller is going out. Roller, roll out. So you are unloading. Second container. I guess I didn't need to buy that much if I only want 14 tons. Can I sell the rest from here? I don't know if it sells them for profit though. It sells them for nothing. Oh, that's bad. So now crop storage is pretty much full and it's not unloading anymore. Because there's only another container for crops here. So the idea seems to work. We'll see once we get a clothing container if it then starts unloading the clothing into the clothing storage. But yeah, seems like it does know which container contains which and only unloads those that it needs. This is good knowledge. I think this is going to be useful for us in the future. We'll have to have a train station here, probably here, with a container unloading facility and basically a pickup point for all the resources, because we're not going to endlessly go to the customs house with vehicles from this town. In the beginning, yes, but in the future we will have to set up a delivery route that doesn't really have a traffic jam issue like the customs house might be if we have multiple buildings. Heating pipes set up. I'm waiting for the road construction to get to this road, at which point building construction will start. If I start the building construction right now, we might lose a little bit of durability in buildings early, which I guess I don't like the idea of. The truck that I used for transporting containers is not the most efficient one because it can only load one of that size. But it is what it is. I can use that one to get bricks. Oh, that is one that gets bricks. Wait, did I already get the other 4 vehicles? Oh, I got them. I didn't remember that I missed me setting up the buying of all the resources. Okay, that's fine then. I know that we have all the construction materials in Kolata. I wasn't sure anymore about this area. Okay, but this is really good for containers. Really good. This will work. We're gonna set this to 25, 5, and 70. So they can unload more crops now. $17,000 for the iron ore. And we also have to hook up Korazna to the water supply from Helas. So a water pump with a water tower up here next to the iron mine, and then a passive supply into Korazna is something that we will want to set up as well. But before all of that, we will have to set up the sewage system, which I also have to plan for this area, and I didn't do last time. And for the sewage, I said I wanted to be closer to the road. And I guess for the sewage, all I need to have is a connection, but no connection to another building, but another sewage switch. Sewage itself will go down into the river here. So I guess in reverse that would mean we have a sewage switch here. That then leads into a sewage discharge. And it has 3 connections. We might need 2 of them for the town. We might need 2 full pipes for the town actually. So capacity wise this is maybe a bit of a concern. But the sewage discharge itself should be able to handle all of that, I think. Let's get this elevated here. Smoothen it out some. Get the area down here smooth. And put the sewage discharge in. large pipe. And then eventually we might need another one. And another one, etc, etc. So we have 2 more connections. We can have more pipes go through here. I do want to start this area off with a sewage tank locally. Not another connection, but just a tank. And this one should go into the same switch here. And all it needs to handle is the heating plant and the fire station for now. Which is not a lot of sewage. And then down in the city, I am not sure if we can handle all the sewage from the town with 1 pipe. I think the old town is probably going to get its own pipe. And then the new town will... Actually, the heating plant plus the old town will going to be its own pipe. And this area might be its own full setup, but we can't really spend the money for that right now, so everything's going to be set up in a way where it can all hook up into the same system. Sewage switch here, and then a sewage switch, I guess, up here. Then I have to follow the infrastructure, what I said, if I can at least. I don't know if placing the sewage pipes underneath the road is going to cause issues in the future. It might at some point. The outside roads don't matter because they are just for placing the terrain correctly. If the grid snapping would work underneath roads, or if it would snap to the underside of the road, that would be ideal. But right now you just have to guess, estimate. And you need the underground view to do that. And I guess we have to follow this road too. You don't like the slope of that? Oh, because this is slightly higher, I remember. Now I remember. This thing is slightly higher than the area up here. Well, that's unfortunate. No sewage pump, for sure. I guess we're gonna lower the terrain here for the sewage switch a little bit to allow it to stay in this area. Might have to relocate the whole switch to a different area. Could also just remove the roads temporarily. This should be probably good enough. Okay. Let's see if it is. Can we hook up this with a footpath still? Yes, we can, but it's underneath the ground now. This is not what I had in mind. This looks silly. But the general concept still stands. So we will lower this ground a little bit and try hooking it up first. This works. This still complains about slope. What if I remove this one? Oh, is it because there's already an upslope here? Maybe that's the reason. Because there's a little bit of terrain going up there. Still complaining. Okay, then I guess we will have to lay down the pipe from here first. Let's try this. It's already complaining about slope. Disable snapping. That works. And now this complains about a proper slope. So what exactly? How much lower do you need to go? This is fine. And then here you start complaining. This is too high up for you? I'm confused. So if I place this here, is this fine for you? No. That would have been weird anyway. 2 meters. Maybe the slope of the whole pipe is not sufficient. Maybe it's just too. Maybe it doesn't have enough elevation difference. Also, it seems like it went up here. It seems like it's going up. That's not ideal. Let's try again. Water, sewage, remove, remove. We'll have to start with the pipe first. And just get anything here. Doesn't matter, but it should have the correct height now. I think it might be because I switched pipe placement in between in the middle and it didn't like that. There's our sewage discharge. Alright, let's see if that hooks up fine. That hooks up fine. Okay. Then a small pipe here into the sewage discharge. And then we have 2 more connections. I'll leave one to the left, so we'll hook up into this one instead. And then we have to clean up this mess so it stays underneath the road. So we separate this out. And start placing again. And this should match fairly well. It's not completely centered. Not centered at all. But this isn't even centered, so. The heating pipe is messing with my perception of this area. Okay, let's try again. From here, follow the road about here. And you go along the road approximately here. It's running a little wide on the corner, but I think this is better. This should give us some sewage ventilation shafts underneath the road showing up, the circles that you can see here. So they're not perfectly centered sometimes, but in general I think this will look pretty nice. And then over here we should have no issues getting these hooked up. So, well, no issues. We still have to let's somehow follow the road. It might not allow us to move it underneath the bridge, so I guess I'll just stick with the sewage pipe over on here next to the bridge. And then we'll hook this one up. Going over into the road. One level underneath. And then here, and then follow this side road, I guess. And we have to place everything first before we can maybe fix the corners. Right now the main concern is staying underneath the road. We don't need grid snapping for that. So we have some straight sections underneath the road that cause the ventilation shafts of the sewage to show up correctly. And over here I guess we can cut across. If this was low enough. I did move slightly in the ground and then now I'm trying to move back up. Oh, right here I also had a lowered connection. I kind of wish you could change the height of these as well. Anyway, what road type do we have? Asphalt, perfect. Fire station. Bus stop. Don't cover the whole sewage tank. And then a footpath here, dealing with the sewage tank itself before the discharge. Hopefully any other sewage pipe we don't have to do that. And I guess for this area, might have to try and go here without this whole setup underneath the road. Just go directly. Okay, this is still one click below. Let's try it this way. This is matching. And then here. And this one. Okay, so we have a sewage pipe this way. There might be another sewage switch here though. Just to have one. It's complaining about slope again. Hopefully it'll work. It should work. We'll move a relatively sharp corner up there. Like so. Okay, and then from up here we have another sewage switch. I'm not gonna do the follow road thing, this is gonna be really tricky otherwise. Okay, this is following the terrain. I'm gonna redo this. This is even wonkier. It's really difficult to place this. I think we'll just have to take the fact that... We'll just have to deal with the fact that there will be a slight wobble in the sewage pipe, but... Or not. Or it works fine if I place it like this then, I guess. Okay, so... I will not use this connection though. I want to use the one from above, because the other connections are supposed to be used for sewage pipes going this way and this way. So we have another sewage tank on either side, or two. And then from here we have to set up some sewage tanks and hook them up as needed. That was an audio. Traffic jam for concrete mixer. Because they're trying to do some maintenance in this area of the road cargo station. So if I have a full set of vehicles, I'm not gonna be that happy. I guess we'll move the steel inside the rail construction office instead of the road cargo station, so we don't run into that issue anymore. There's always one parking lot's free here now. Parking slot free. And we might have to do that for other areas as well. The oil price is going down. Very helpful game, thank you. We're just losing money. But we've also been building a scrapyard, so that was also an expense that we had to bear. No clothing in here yet, apparently. Sorry, food, not clothing. I said the wrong resource. Food. They are not unloading that though. 9.8 tons. We only have 8.75. Then let's turn that down to 50 and set 25%. Maybe it doesn't work. It would be less than ideal. I thought they would pick a container for food now and unload that one. So you're on your last delivery, I assume. There's no more containers in here, so just go ahead. Bring that on over. And then move back into your storage. That's a shame. I thought this would work. We have 39 tons of food. What if I... Does it really need to unload all the crops first? So I guess you would need a container storage individually for each type of resource hooked up to this. So you have, like, for example, the food stored in here and the clothing stored in other areas. I guess it might work differently with containers stored in different storages, or it's like it can't pull a container from the bottom here. If there's crops on top, there's food. No, this food is all food, so it could theoretically pull food from this one. I'm gonna try one thing. I'm gonna try increasing the food storage by a little bit, so that they can unload another crops container and then see if they pick the food one. Because maybe they already picked the next container when the unloading finished and they are not going to switch over because it's already full. Let's move it up to 30. 30 for this. So maybe they will choose the food container now after this one, but it's still not a great test, I have to say. I think we're going to try and use it. It might work better with dedicated storages that are hooked up with factory connections. I don't want to build a container unloading facility for each type of resource. That would be ridiculously large, but I guess it could make a cool train yard. Money is less of an issue at some point. We might invest in that. For this area, however, it's going to be a little bit much. So we have a water substation here, which is basically dealing with most of it. We still need water in our police station and fire station. But for the time being, let's set up a sewage tank in the area. I guess they do need to connect to buildings, so... Let's go with the sewage switch first. More sewage switches. And another switch over here. Should give us options. And we should place them in the correct direction, otherwise we won't be able to hook them up. They're going out of the city, not into the city. So this does not like the underground tunnel, which is understandable. This one, however, hooks up fine. So we might have to just turn this one over and hook it up like so. Maybe this is the way to go with all sewage pipes underneath roads, just turn it sideways and use the other connections somehow. And then maybe we can have another sewage switch over there. But for the time being, I think a sewage tank over here will be enough. And then one over here, and one next to the fire station. We can use the technical service whenever we are unsure if everything hooks up. We shouldn't really need more than 37 cubic meters, otherwise the pipe's gonna be full really quickly. But this is the residential area, so I will hook up the medium capacity one. And we have to build all of these sewage tanks. Since this is mostly used for vehicles going here, I think the footpath can be a little bit more circular to allow for the vehicles to turn more easily. No one's gonna walk to the sewage discharge, I think. I also learned about a new few keybinds. Let's try them. Control T shows you the usage of your roads, like how much traffic there is, which is kind of neat. Yep, definitely busy. That one's highlighted in red. I don't remember the other keybinds though. I would have to get the wiki page up again where it was shown. Container unloading facility, still not unloading any of the food, so this is not going to work. We would need to try with external storages. I will do that right now. I will spend the money on it. I want to know before I start investing in something, so if I can place one here. We'll get a small container storage area for where we will put in all the containers that currently have food inside. And then we'll see if they can unload it if it's in there. So I'll try and grab all the containers that currently have food and move it over. More resources spent, but it is for the future. We have to test some things. Didn't want to do the pipe, but that's fine. We can do some pipe. Sewage pipe is important. We have to have that one built before the running water. But in the beginning we just basically need the sewage tanks. The pipes themselves are not important in the beginning for us. I'll pause that. Tunnels being already done. These buildings do require maintenance. Well, that's okay. No US-based loans still. Ruble loan is still ongoing. Oil price did go down even more. It's said, I haven't looked at it, I didn't feel like I wanted to. Yep, I can see it going down more and more, so it might be worth it just storing the oil instead of exporting right now. I'm considering building an oil tank and just not exporting when the oil price is that low. This is a bit ridiculous. This is not going to pay for anything. Well, at least we're not building the scrapyard anymore, which means it might be done. And indeed it is. Most important setting, collect resources from vehicles. We don't have any plans to scrap any aircraft, helicopter in here, so no aluminium should be necessary. And then we have to get vehicles for mixed waste, metal scrap, steel, and the components to remove from this area. But in the beginning it won't be that necessary. And the other thing is we need workers here, so we need a footpath to allow them access. And I am wondering if I should flatten this a little bit more, or just deal with the terrain. Since this area has already been flattened somewhat, I guess we're going to define an area here where it just will go down, and that's the space we have. So we'll just set up a dirt road here as a marker. And that's going to be the area, how much it will be flattened by. Or up to at least. And that's our residential area for the time being. There can still be more residential area down here. But this is the space I'm giving myself. And then we need a footpath to the repairs, the scrapyard. And some workers would be able to access that. Could also go for this one, which might be boring and centered, but I don't know. That will be good enough. We'll get these footpaths up. Restrict the amount of workers down to 2. And we'll basically have an operational scrapyard. Not that many workers yet, but we can increase the amount as time goes on. And I guess I could send some vehicles over for scrapping. Mostly the bulldozers. But I guess they're not that terrible yet, right? 45%, 44%. 18 years old, can still repair up to 18%, so they're still not terrible. I think we're just going to turn on automatic vehicle scrapping, and as soon as they're 20 years old and at 80%, they will be removed. However, I would need to go ahead and... I guess I'm going to sort by vehicle wear and tear, and just going to take care of the... not wear and tear, age. And take care to set the oldest vehicles, which are most likely to be replaced. These cistern trucks, which can carry 3.6 tons of fuel, are for our gas stations. And I'm looking for some cheap ones. This one I think is the best replacement. This is like World War... not World War... after... post-World War II time frame vehicle. Relatively cheap. This one could also be the replacement. Or the MZ503. Do we have a 504? No. I don't want the fuel trucks for the gas stations to be too large. Or this one, just go with US currency. We are going to go towards US currency, so might as well. This is our construction office bus. I don't want this one to be too large, so 55 workers, the Chef 11M3 is my default go-to for that one. Road crane by default, the cheapest one for me, the W50. Dump truck, large dump truck. Currently used for, I think, hauling coal. So this one will be the Kamaz. Concrete mixer is probably a US based one, but we don't have to worry about that. But yes, a lot of these vehicles are already 18 years old, so don't have a better roller yet, but we do have a better paper. What are you doing? Demolition office. I guess you're just gonna stay what you are. I mean, a microbus is a microbus. And the US based microbus is a little bit too large for that purpose. This truck is not going to be replaced. This one just gonna go to the scrapyard. Because this is like part of this construction office. I guess I can replace it with a covered hull truck as a replacement, like the MZ504. Or we could go with Western ones. Could go with a Western replacement vehicle. Shouldn't be a very large one though. I'm looking. So ruble, there's dollar, these two. This one feels too small, this one feels too large. I need one that is just right. And I think on the US border, we don't have the option right now, so I guess right now it won't get a replacement vehicle. But we are gonna use a lot of electronic components. Aren't we already? Is it our only truck hauling electronic components right now? No, the maintenance office also does. And this one still needs a covered hull truck. So we'll buy this one first. That will be fine. Increase priority on the footpath, letting workers go into the heating plant before winter comes. Maintenance on the iron mine. We're lacking a lot of workers. Maybe our bus route is a little bit too efficient, and our... Actually, no. Where are you bringing workers to? You are... Logging and mine, what? I clicked the wrong vehicle. We are bringing workers to an unfinished footpath. Okay, so I guess we're still doing too much construction. We have to do some maintenance soon. I might have to turn off all construction tasks on these construction offices and consolidate my construction efforts into their own ones before we run into any issues where the residential buildings require maintenance, their wear and tear goes up too much, the quality of flat goes down, and they become really unhappy. I like seeing 36% loyalty though. 33 on average, but 36 over here? That's excellent. So, I guess a lot of construction tasks right now. Bridge needs to be rolled. The asphalt on the bridge needs to be rolled, then it's done. These things also need maintenance in the future. Be aware of that. Slowly finishing up the roads. Yeah, I need to be in a place where I can say that the heating plant will be constructed fairly soon before I start with the town. Otherwise it won't feel right. I'm gonna turn these... Oh, I can't switch the type now. I'm gonna turn those into that, so I realize that I don't actually want to have those. Hopefully I remember. They're just for guiding the terrain remodeling effort. Might be time to start with some buildings. Do you get a pedestrian crossing with dirt footpaths? Yes, you do. We don't have electricity yet, but it's bound to be getting there soon. Where is our transformer? And we also need to hook up these ones for water. I guess the same thing applies for the water system. We don't need the pipes yet. These are not relevant just yet. We just need the substation, and then we bring water here by truck. Until our population grows to the point where that is not feasible anymore. And it's easier to just carry chemicals instead of water. As soon as we have people living here, and sending maybe some people to the heating plant and the rest of the people help with the construction of everything else, the expansion here should go pick up pace. And then hopefully we have enough money to fund the construction of the university. I think I will have a service road going into the roundabout from this area. But it's mainly intended for, well, for service vehicles. I guess we'll turn it asphalt and just hopefully have the option to set the traffic signs correctly. The school was on fire, no problem. How's the construction of our container facility? Storage. Groundwork materials have been delivered, and then the steel and mechanical components won't take long at all. Well, theoretically. I mean, we're doing a lot of construction. So our truck will have to pick up the containers, load them into the container storage, and then we have to see if the container unloading facility realizes that there are new containers available, there's room for them, and it will take them even though there's already a different type of containers here. If that works, then we just have to build a container storage for each type of container. And yeah, the area will be quite large, but it's actually quite neat and organized. Could put them like this, slightly go down here, you can put them like this. Maybe this is also usable for importing, exporting. So if you see there is an excess of a certain good, like crops or something, the price is really low. You can buy food a lot, put it in containers, and then at some point the price is gonna recover. You just export it all very quickly with the containers. Running the container loading station with foreign workers would not be profitable, I would imagine. Take a lot of the profit margin away. But having an own population would continuously drain your money, whereas with foreign workers you could just get them whenever there's a price spike and you're importing resources. Would still probably be worth it just having 50 of your own people loading, unloading containers. And you would never need to unload them, just export them. No groundworks. I guess we don't technically have an excavator up here anymore. And our trucks are very busy hauling the equipment here for road construction. I guess I'm gonna relocate the road cranes and replace them with more trucks. Maybe it's fine. Footpath, sure. Yeah. I will need a large, very large construction office eventually, and then we can have like 5, 6 open haul trucks in there and all the mechanisms, the machinery. So they can either import resources or haul mechanisms, and we shouldn't have any issues anymore bringing machinery to where it's needed. New fire station working fine. Lots of workers in the heating plant, as it should be. The second heating pipe will have to go over here, so it's basically gonna go like this. Just as a plan. And then the third heating pipe may be for an area over here, or on this side, expanding our town a little bit more, if we want more people living here. They're also building this road, which is nice. Not urgent, but I did set it up to be upgraded. So theoretically we could also start constructing from this location. I'm gonna smoothen out the terrain over here. So that's where one of our excavators has been all this time. Building a very long road, as you do. And then maybe we have another connection over here, because there will be vehicles coming in from this side delivering workers to the iron mine area. Whenever I mention iron mine, I always get the desire to look at the price for coal. Okay, coal is still fine. Price went up by like double, but it's still okay. Okay. US currency looks very good. Even though we're still building a lot, but I guess most of the road construction has been completed. So we're not spending as much anymore for each type of new road, which is also going to be slightly further away and take a little bit longer to build. So money is being saved up right now. I think the first 2 houses I will build are these 2. This monument can be low priority. Do something else. Monuments are not important right now. Guess we're doing the water pipe, which is fine. Also need that footpath. Actually, I don't know if the water pipe is fine, because I don't know how the water substation reacts. If a pipe is connected but no water is delivered via pipe, does it count as running water or not? It shouldn't. I don't know. So this water pretty much covers everything for now. There will be another one over here. More town over here. But yeah, for now we should be fine in regards to water. And then we have a switch over here that can go down and distribute the water in this area and maybe in the university area for this start. But then again, I said I didn't want to have passive water distribution in the university area. I could mix it up. I could have another water tower that is supplied passively by the excess water going through here, and then having a pipe with pressure pushing water into this area. I guess for now all we're gonna do is hook up water to this area here, so the fire station and police station will have some water if they need to. Will be delivered at the beginning by truck, but in the future probably by a pipe. Only makes sense. Passively should be enough. That looks almost okay. Almost. Yeah, that will do fine. And then we just have that come over here. Underneath our bridge. About here. And hook up into this one. And we do need a water substation to provide water in the area for now, but no pipe connections. They will come later. First we have to set up all sewage pipes before we can set up the water pipes and the water production. As soon as we have 130 people, the sewage pipe and the water pipes become important before we get more. Let me check the traffic signs for that intersection. We definitely have to change that. And one here. This is fine. Just worrying about the main road for now. So this traffic intersection is now 1 and 3 being the main roads, meaning that 4 is not anymore. Anything driving straight through has priority. Going to the customs house does not anymore. And coming from the customs house also doesn't. Still waiting on the groundworks to be done here. Okay, we're going to increase the priority of the storage because I wanted to resume my testing before I forget it. looks like they still built the monument, which is fine. We will need more monuments for sure. Probably a Soviet star. I think that one would fit quite nicely, maybe next to the old town bridge over here. We'll see. I think we can probably... I mean, we're building a lot of things. Let's increase the priority of the road down here. Let's cancel this footpath. Combine the construction down into one again. And then say that it is okay to build this road at high priority. And in the same vein, start the construction of our buildings. Start with these two. Footpaths are already in place. Start our storage buildings. That's our clinic. Bus platform. You still need a sports hall. I thought I placed one in this area, but I guess I didn't. I might be starting all kinds of things under the ground right now, but that's fine. We're preparing for people potentially moving in next year. That's what I'm thinking. But it might be a close call. I don't know if we can get there in a year. This one's ridiculous. 7 workers for 140 people. Not very high attraction score, but it's like it takes care of so many people, sports facility wise, with very few workers. And I think that's exactly what we need. I do remember that it needs a road to be built though. Cut across here once this road has finished construction. Do I? No, I don't. I already have footpaths along the road. So this one might be a little bit redundant. We'll just have a footpath leading into the road for now. Can we have a small circle here? No, it's too much. So just an asphalt footpath, please. And a sports facility for us. Water, sewage, heating and electricity are hooked up. Even though sewage... I can't tell sewage. I guess I don't have a sewage tank yet, that's just heating. And 2 colors of electricity, so the sewage tank does actually not exist, we only have one up here. And we need one over close to this side. So get another sewage switch in. I'll probably keep it perpendicular. Sewage tank. Medium sewage pipe does not like being underneath the water pipe. Or right on top of the water pipe. Well then. I guess we'll move the sewage a little bit over. Have it here. And then return this building correctly. Also it needs to go up this way because that's where our sewage connection is, so I have to basically turn it that way. Will the sewage connection work? No, there's a tunnel underneath. And this one complains about proper slope again. Oh, come on, game. Don't do this. Let's do this into... Okay. Then let's not do this. Let's use... Wait, you're complaining about proper slope? Oh, right from the start. Okay, then I will go down by 1. And try placing it that way. As soon as I touch that, it complains about proper slope. Do I really have to set up sewage pumping stations everywhere here? I guess everything is pretty much flat, so as soon as the sewage has to go past some location, it's not that easy. Could have the sewage tank over here. Sewage no, it's still a tunnel in the way. Might not work as well. The water's in the way. Sewage pumping station would be pretty narrow in this area. But I guess it wouldn't be the worst. Can just have a small sewage pumping station here. And then I guess we could have a switch where everything goes into, and then we just pump everything that went into it up a little bit and connect it to the normal sewage network. Or we just have the sewage run down here and connect to a sewage pipe in this area, down this way. Just leave this as the area it is. And just do another sewage pipe here. Which I think is what I'm gonna do. So we will have our connection over here, which will have a sewage pipe go down. Let me look at the angle. This looks fine. And then hook up here. So we might need another sewage switch in this area if we wanted to develop in this area. But then again, that sewage pipe could then go down here. So another sewage network connection. It's probably fine. At some point we might run into capacity issues with this. But as long as I only leave the old town hooked up and the new area will get its own sewage pipe, we will probably be okay. So yeah, sewage tank here. Small-ish pipe. Footpaths on either. We just need the sewage tank for now. And then this sewage pipe would go through here, up in this area, allowing more connections somehow. But this would hook up most of it. And then maybe another sewage tank over here. And in the future one over here, if we have some buildings in the area of the green space. So this would go through here. Connect into another switch. And that switch would connect into another sewage tank.
Up here we don't really need large sewage pipes anymore, but I'm still gonna use them. No real reason. Complaining about slope again. Why are you complaining about slope all this way? It's not even complaining about building in the way, it's just slope. I will worry about sewage here later. We're just gonna get one sewage tank hooked up, which will handle the 2 buildings that I want to build, run it with a technical service, and that will handle that just fine while we get things set up. I might regret that in the future, but as soon as this area is up, our populations should skyrocket a bit. Unless we have the same problem like before. I want a technical service, a free one that just handles water and sewage in the area for the time being, while we plan things, before people start moving in. So no assignments just yet, but a water and a sewage truck is what we need. And we probably have pretty good options now, I say. 11 cubic meters still. These ones are 10 cubic meters, but they drive 90 kilometers an hour. Whereas our trucks over here only drive 75 at most. 92, but only 10 cubic meters. So I guess we're gonna get some western water trucks. And sewage. And then waste handling also needs to be done. But for waste, I think our technical office over here probably still has range. And is currently a little bit bored anyway. Might not be able to reach the university, but that's okay. I accidentally also overwrote my logging repair station report save game, so I will have to send the traffic jam one instead. I realized that when I loaded the save game for the stream, that I accidentally overwrote my report with save, so I couldn't actually send it. Or more correctly, I sent the wrong one. It happens. Building construction is starting. Very good. Fire station is up. Having a fire station here without heating is going to be a problem if I move in my own citizens, so I think I'm just going to bring over some foreign workers instead. For the time being. We still have some microbuses, might as well. That is 3 microbuses on that route, that is perfect. I'm going to clear all stops. Clear line data, sure. Clear that. Clear all stops. So, go to Barislav. Get workers. Move them into the fire station. And on the way back, I guess you can use that end station. And that should provide some fire safety for our new town while we build it up. And then we need the vehicles for it. I think I'm gonna get this one. 23. I do like the West German fire trucks, but let's get a Western fire truck here for Helas. Why not? We could add another small one, I guess. I do like this one. Let's do that. The personal vehicles we have standing around I think won't be necessary for anything else except as replacement vehicles for the demolition office or like additional vehicles for the secret police maybe. We could send them to the scrapyard to test it, but I guess it doesn't matter if they stand around a bit. Road construction over here is also slowly finishing up. And our container storage is done. So now we can send the clothing containers over here and the food containers over here and see if it actually works. I'm also going to be interested in seeing if they can pick up the clothing containers without issues. Actually, I can just make it like that. Go here, load container type clothing. And unload it here. But, I guess that doesn't work because it might pick up the same container again. We're gonna do it this way. Load clothing. Sorry, not clothing, food. I've said it multiple times. Food only. And then drop it here. Wait until unloaded or wait until loaded. And turn the factory connection one way, so we can't hopefully steal containers from it right now. I will have to turn the factory connection around when the loading process is done. But right now I want to move all of the containers first before I decide to switch this around again. See what happens. Decent income on the eastern side now. Pretty good. Did the oil price recover? No. Why are we making that much profit then? It's just oil. I guess we're not having that many expenses right now since all of the construction has stopped. So I guess if we do shovel over some US dollars into rubles, we'll probably still be fine. We do still have an open loan, but it's not as bad as I thought it would be. Load resources, container, food. Can you load that? There are food containers here. Does not look like it. Refueling, sure. Heating issue in Helas. Fire station, yes. But we're only sending foreign workers here, so you can say that they arrive with their own parkas and they are well prepared to work in the fire station for the time being until we have heating. You could say that. Okay, back to wait until loaded. Let's see if it works. Doesn't look like it. But then we will try and get some food container from the border and see if that one works. If it can't load from here, so this seems to not work. Once they're inside the container loading facility, it looks like it wants to unload in order. But if I get another container from the border that is also food, What will you do then? Load any container. Doesn't matter to wait until loaded. Bring it here. Actually, you have to bring it here. And not the container unloading facility directly. And I guess we can have the factory connection set up correctly already. See if that one will work. I hope it does. If it doesn't, then the whole container thing does not work in a way that I could use it, I think. Spending money on foreign workers right now is maybe not ideal, but it's better than having a building burn down, I think. Train yard is still keeping up with fuel. Excellent. Okay, food container is loaded. Turn off wait until loaded. And then once you have made that delivery, you can go back into storage. Very bumpy road. Let's go fast speed. I wanted to try and go fast forward acceleration speed in this view, but I think it would be a little bit too much. Alright, let's get out of this view. It's not that much distance left anyway. I guess this dirt road is going to take a while, but not that much anyway. So I hope this worked. If this doesn't work, then containers elude me right now. So containers elude me. I guess you would need a container unloading facility for any type. What if I remove the checkbox? I guess it would do the crops. This isn't really helpful. I guess I'm just gonna maybe ask about this. I would assume they would be able to unload the containers here that match the resources, which still have something. I'm going to take a screenshot of this and open it up so I don't forget. Okay, well, this test was unsuccessful, I would say. I'm going to turn off the limitation, let it unload all containers, and then we're going to demolish everything after we sell the resources, I guess. So we'll have one truck instead of running clothing export. Just loading whatever is in here, wait until fully loaded, and send it to the eastern border. And at some point all the containers will be gone. We might have to tell the vehicle to move when it switches from crops to food, but only once, and then just wait until it's done. So building constructions are starting to get set up. As soon as we have a water and a sewage tank, we can hook them up. Right now only the fire station would need water. Seems to be okay. The waste storage is hooked up as well. My waste storage here will have to take care of the clinic, so there will be some hazardous waste storage in it. But every other waste is pretty much handled by these large waste containers. Yes, the fire station does have heating issues, I know. It will take a while to empty out. Not necessarily the containers, but the resources in it. But we're gonna turn that into rubles, and then the loan won't matter as much. Because our US-based income is already nice and high. Maybe I should have another road here. I don't like four-way junctions, but I guess as a service access road for the fire station it will make sense to have this. If it wants to go up here for some reason. Doesn't have to do this intersection stuff. Speaking of intersections, we should also set up our intersections over here to make sure that the main road is defined as such, and then over here we have to wait for everything to get built before we get into setting everything up correctly. This intersection doesn't matter because it will be removed at some point. I'm not sure exactly about what will happen here. These ones, however, are just gonna go straight through with their main road. And same thing about here too. This way. Main road straight through. Yeah, I don't know about this intersection yet. I have to wait a bit. Seems to be okay now. Uh, 3 and 1. Okay. All right. And this one. Okay, now we just basically see if whatever we have planned was going to work. We're still lacking running water and sewage, which will be handled by a technical office for the time being. So no running fluids. We're still lacking electricity, so we have to build up this with the power line. The transformer, the switch over here already has electricity, so the underground wire has also been built. So the last thing we need is basically this. Now that we have a fire station in the area, we could build this road up and get to it, I guess. Still not sure how far the footpath needs to go here. But I guess some footpath doesn't really matter that much. Pause the heating pipe, we don't need that right now. And yeah, this has already been queued up. Just need to start the road and get building on this side, I guess. Let me change this a little bit. So the asphalt road with street lamps, probably at least to here. This is not going to have anything, this is just water, so the lamps can probably stop over here. And then we have another footpath coming in, connecting to the road over here. Does that make this too long? Maybe. But I don't... A road with like footpaths would end directly where intersecting other footpath appears. So we have a little bit of extra footpaths fading out the road into just a service road. And people can still walk along it. It's just gonna look the way it is. Double check the no people may move in here. Set correctly. The service area might also already house some prefab panel buildings if we need to. But I don't think they would be able to get to the shopping area. Unless they had asphalt footpaths. Seems too far away. Also, it wouldn't be a direct footpath connection. Maybe some prefab panel buildings here next to the electricity. We'll see. I did want it to be this to. I wanted this to be the green space area. So I should leave at least some green space here to not turn it into too much residential area. But I could have a few extra brick buildings here. Maybe in some L shapes and then some football playgrounds, some trees. We'll see. Just gotta get the area running first before I make additions to it. Snowplows are doing excellent work. Maybe this area is just gonna be technical service, more construction offices. I would have almost said more distribution offices, but we don't have to waste spaces on that. We just have to waste spaces on storages and road cargo stations. I'm gonna send the screenshot to the Discord right now because I'm curious, and it'll give me some time for maybe someone to answer that. Alright. I guess, I don't know. Maybe it would work in reverse. Maybe if these storages externally wouldn't be container storages, but instead these would be a warehouse for holding the materials. Maybe then it would work. I guess we have to tear this one down and replace it with a warehouse to test again. I just posted it. No one has answered so far, of course. But that just came into my mind, like maybe if we had a warehouse it would realize that it can still unload this. I did post the right screenshot, yeah? Yes. Okay. Maybe someone has the knowledge for it. We'll see. We do need storage tank here. Don't need the pipe. Actually, no, we don't need that. We just need this, which is already being built. And we have water. And I guess I haven't planned a sewage tank here yet. Oh, the water piping. Everything getting in each other's way, it's beautiful. Definitely a very on-the-fly setup for everything. Alright. I wanted this pipe to go over here. But we can reach all of this area with the existing sewage tank, I guess. There's not going to be any buildings over here, and if there are, then it'll be another sewage pipe anyway. Or we just move it over here and don't run into that issue right now anyway. I don't know. I don't know what would be best right now. I guess this deals with everything here. And then maybe another sewage tank that hooks up into the main town sewage piping. It doesn't have... all of it doesn't have to be one sewage pipe. I hope we can put up the other sewage pipe fine without issues. It'll go from here directly to another sewage switch. There won't be any connection in between. Hopefully that will be fine. Groundworks for the first residential building have completed. Resource deliveries have started. And then we need 870 workdays to finish the construction. I guess we have 2 waste storages, but this one is closer, so this one will take care of the hazardous waste storage for the clinic. We might have some recycling at some point, but right now no plans for it. If I have enough rubles, I will also start the project of the rail construction office at an eastern border, building towards us, with an EDK, which will use foreign manpower and extra resource imports with more vehicles, and a fire station to run the whole thing. But I think it's going to be the correct thing to do. There's our first water tank. So, still not everything connected to the fire station. I mean, we don't have any building up here yet, so we can't really see the connections, except for the waste storages. Looks like the party HQ would probably work fine with only 5 workers, so let's do that. We'll leave a few extra workers for the fire station in case we need that. Any other complaints here? Spirituality. Spirituality, nothing else. So, in general, there shouldn't be any complaints. Looks like our person with 3% happiness also decided to move out. And in general, I think the happiness has finally recovered. Still getting a few loyalty warnings, but overall this looks fine now. And yeah, this monument covers pretty much the rest. Except for this area down here. We will need a monument for the university / indoor pool area. Just a small one. Should be good enough. And then everything should be pretty much covered, except the scrapyard, but they can do whatever they want on the scrapyard. Except crime. Crime is not allowed. Loyalty still seems to be an issue. I guess we might have to run the secret police over there too. I will set up a secret police as well, which should help with loyalty, restricting access of providing education only to our loyal citizens. Small secret police. And I guess that's where our remaining vehicles can move into. The terrain's not perfectly flat here. Hello, Mega Monkey. What did I say that was so funny? I forgot. Did I say something? Or did I make a mistake? Welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a good weekend. Okay, so secret police over here. Workers walking in through a back alley. No crime allowed at the scrapyard. Yes, no crime allowed at the scrapyard. That's the only thing they're not allowed to do. The rest I don't care. There can be disloyal thoughts, but no crime. I think we will have access to all of our workers. So we'll get the secret police and clear up our education in the area. Make sure that the loyalty setting actually does something. I will set it back to 10 and 10 because we can't really have any queue here. We don't have a hall of residence to catch people if they study too long. So let's make sure anyone can study at the same time. And maybe we'll get a higher density residential building here or two to assist with the increased demand for workers in the area. This one will be pretty much the highest quality housing in this area. They can reach everything but the heating plant. So yeah, should be fine. We'll set up these houses. And our secret police, that will give us an extra 100 workers just for these two houses. Which would be 5 of the other houses that we have built. So quite high density comparatively. Hopefully no unemployment, but we can still crank up the university to have a lot more workers to prevent that. But maybe if we have some unemployment in the area, the other thing we can build is the brickyard, just to make our own bricks from, yes, imported coal, but still. Setting up a production facility would be nice. Are all these roads connected? Here... yes. Everything is hooked up. We need to get some forklifts. 2 might be enough. I don't think we need a full set of 4 forklifts for this area. We will need a refrigerated truck. We can probably reuse our old one, but I don't really want to. This thing is old and busted. Needs to be replaced instead. We can use any refrigerated truck with high capacity in the area. It will have its own parking spot on the freezer. We do need electricity first though. Substation is in place. The wire has been built. We are only lacking the switch and the transformer, for which we will have to build the road in this area first. Yep, electricity extends quite far, and then up here we have our own substation reaching most of it. Sports facility being built. Money's looking pretty good. All of that is profit. Just have to take care of the rubles somehow. Maybe I should just keep taking out a loan and just paying it back. I wonder if the interest rate has another effect on the market or something. That would be interesting. If you were running a loan that always repaid on time. If the border that you took the loan from runs better. Like the prices don't go up as much because you're running a loan, but you're also paying it back. So inflation is still present, but not as much. Got our clinic. Can't get a vehicle for the clinic until we have people living here. Otherwise they'll probably take people from Kurasna and drive them down here, which would not be ideal. Hopefully one clinic will be enough. If not, we have more room up here for another one. shouldn't be a problem. Still need shopping. I mean, the main things are food, clothing, electronics, alcohol. Don't have a pub planned yet, I don't think. But that is also okay. Could have one right on the exit of this tunnel. So I think we didn't have a pub yet, but let me check. Yes, it's our only pub in the area. Okay, so pub has been set up. Could have set it up here, but walking distance wise, I guess they only have to walk along the main road for this one. Then through the tunnel. That is accessible by anyone pretty much. Okay, so pub. Food, clothing, electronics, alcohol, meat. We need water, we need sewage handling, we need electricity, and we need heating. And that should keep people alive for a while before they leave for other reasons. Do I want the pub to be here? Because it doesn't seem too terrible of a place. Right next to the heat exchanger. Which we do have to build too. So let's get started on that, I guess. I don't know what I triggered the construction of that pipe, I guess. So there's no easy way to get from here over here right now. They have to go with the tunnel through here and then back over here. Or exit the tunnel on this side and walk around. I wonder if I can get some footpaths. No, it's gonna be the same issue again. We have another tunnel connection on this side, so we could just have another pedestrian tunnel here and hook that up to that tunnel. There's already a lot of infrastructure in the way now though, so it's not going to be easy, and I also think it's not going to be necessary for the start of this location. Yes, our workers from abroad are working in a fire station without heating, it's fine. Okay, slowly building towards the heating plant now. Heating plant, fire station. The water and the sewage are not super important, but I guess the water tank is kind of important. Which I guess I haven't hooked up, so I need a water tank for the area. And then water would come running down this way at some point, and in the beginning it will just be our technical service bringing water to the area. First building done. So the building has water, sewage and heating in range, supposedly. Electricity, water and sewage. It's complaining because it doesn't have any water hooked up right now. And the substation also doesn't. Oh no, the substation does have water. Why are you complaining then? Sewage can't be it. Water, sewage, waste. Waste storage should also be fine. It is not. Because we have not built the exit over here for that building yet. We have it planned for all of these, but not at this one. These are all asphalt exits. Okay. Once that one has been built, we should be able to get to the waste storage though. So those complaints make sense. Not hooked up to the waste storage just yet. Second building should be, however. All containers have been unloaded. Don't need any workers here anymore, we just need to wait until the storage is empty. And I will try again, but with a warehouse this time, so we are going to bulldoze this. And the factory connection. And try the whole setup with a warehouse instead of in input storage. See if it unloads correctly then. That way we could designate the storage inside the container loading facility to just be crops, and the warehouse would be food or clothing or any other resource coming in from the same containers. I guess we did make most of the money from selling containers. Instead of aluminium, I guess I could transport some containers instead. From west to east. But for now we're fine. I guess I will hook up water and sewage. I don't have a sewage unloading station in the area because I don't think I will need one. If we ever have to change our mind, we can build one in this area maybe, in the service area, and hook it up to the sewage switch. Iron ore price going down is not ideal, but it is what it is. For now everything will have to go to the customs house. Mixed waste can be dropped off up here, I guess. Into the train. Might be shorter, might not be. This is all asphalt, whereas this is gravel. And the water will at some point be picked up by the water purification plant. Or from the water purification plant, rather. Tower cranes in action, very nice to see. Yeah, this whole water setup is not urgent at the beginning. I'm just gonna get water here first. I guess the town next door already delivered water here, so we did receive that. Not sure how long the footpath is gonna take. Looks like gravel is already being delivered. A concrete and a gravel and a gravel area with a concrete and an asphalt plant is definitely something I'm striving for. We need that. It would improve construction speeds for our road infrastructure quite a bit. Right now it's a little bit slow, but still acceptable. It's 1979. I don't know if we're on track, moving people in at the end of the year. Right now it looks like we're a little bit behind schedule for that, but it might pick up pace. Like, it always looks that way for when the groundwork is done. A lot of the work has already been completed, but it still looks like a flat construction site, and the other construction tasks go relatively quickly, as long as you have enough vehicles delivering the resources, which we don't have right now. So I will build a free construction office and drop some more vehicles into it, I believe. At least those that we already have. Traffic is also starting to show itself a little bit here. But it's still very low, and it's mostly because of the snow. Left-hand corner on a four-way junction, always a problem. Demolition is progressing well. One more waste pickup and it's gone. And we should see an excavator heading here. I guess we're not. Thought this would be done by an excavator. Maybe it's doing something else right now. Okay. Container. Buy value. We could transfer these instead, so I don't have to click as much with the routes and everything. I could basically buy 2 of these and export them to the east. Which would be a 50%, not quite 50%, like a 30% increase in... 50% would be 100,000. 30%-ish increase in money. Which matches all the other resources pretty much, but it's just... it happens quicker. So we can buy 2 of these. And tell our truck to pick those up instead. Load any container vehicle. In this case, container. Bring it here and go back into storage, which will give us about 100,000 rubles, slightly more. But we have some slight more control over our finances, because we can make the purchase before and then tell the vehicle, now you run. And it should be able to carry both of them, I assume. Didn't bring enough workers. You can reach the waste storage, perfect. Not complaining about anything from you, so yeah, the other building is just complaining about waste. And this one's complaining about all sorts of things. I guess it's just complaining about waste and sewage. We don't have a waste storage down here. I guess we should set one up. This road is currently being built, so I'm not going to interfere. We will hook up the waste storage a little bit later. Clinic almost done. Heat exchanger almost done. We're basically lacking workforce right now. Getting decent numbers at the bus stop. We might be short on buses bringing workers to construction sites. I have to do a lot of things right now, and they might bring them to like footpath and road construction projects instead of the building construction tasks, like unfinished road. Yeah, could also be done by a mechanism, but I guess not the installation of street lamps. So, hello Hellstorm, how's my day going? It's going well. Saturday evening right now, doing some workers and resources still. Enjoying my time. And in-game is also going pretty well, if you're asking about that. I hope you are also having a good day. Everything is acceptable and mediocre at the very least. Wish you all the best. Yeah, I don't think we're going to finish this year, but then again I'm maybe a little bit biased because of the how slow things are right now with winter being currently up on us. We could get another construction office. We do have a decent amount of workers. Money is not an issue right now. Relaxing day so far, just watched an 8-hour stream of Terra Invicta. Ever play it? I do own it, I have played it when it released. I have not tried it again recently, might have to. I do know the game, yes. I haven't played it into, let's say, the second phase yet. I've only messed around in the first one, if you know what I mean. We'll set up a construction office and get some extra buses here, I would say. Set the worker platform. Change the road. And I guess get 2 more Mars buses to bring some more workers in the area of our town construction. Increasing the construction range. Looks like some flats are now requiring maintenance. Let's see. Maintenance does have priority. Please make sure the maintenance is performed adequately. Because if the maintenance isn't done, these flats could run into problems. Looks like they already started with the resource deliveries. Okay. That means we will have 2 more buses bringing workers to construction sites, which should overall increase our pace of construction. Right now it seems like resource deliveries weren't the problem. We have a lot of resources already on construction sites, and it was more the workers. Hopefully we have enough road cranes, but there's still one in here that's not busy. I believe we will have that. And we also have extra tower cranes, which have been relocated in this construction office. Although the trucks in here are sometimes busy with resource deliveries instead, which is not ideal. Maybe that's why we have resources everywhere. Because the trucks always spend their time bringing resources instead of tower cranes to construction sites. Eight-hour stream of that game. Sounds like a lot. Okay. Our road access for the pub. Footpath access maybe. Get that one built too. So theoretically we could move in some people to help with construction tasks, but we still don't have a shopping center. Nor do we have heating, electricity. We do have water and sewage handling though. Sewage handling maybe not perfectly yet. Where's our sewage tank? It's over here. I guess we do have it. So water and sewage are present now, just missing electricity and heating. And the citizen goods. We will have to wait for the electricity to get meat, but the other ones we could already get. Food, clothing, electronics would all be 1 truck each. Except clothing and electronics can probably be shared again. Traffic jam. Extremely slow customs house, as you do. Okay. Can't build more types of this building. Alright then. I know. I don't care. At some point we will also have to build a proper road depot, but not now. Get 3 of these trucks, set them up. First one. Load food. Unload food. Wait until unloaded. Start. So electronics are used up faster than clothing. So you're going to pick up electronics from the border, unloading electronics and clothing. But in between you will have to go to our clothing storage for domestic pickup and load clothing from here. And then we'll set the resource storage. Only loading electronics for now. 2.9 tons. And then the rest is clothing. That should be enough. Cutting post and fire, sure. That should be it for that vehicle. And then food, clothing, electronics, meat. I guess I needed a meat truck, so since this is a larger town, I will go ahead and set a second truck on food right now. We'll get another small truck for alcohol. And we will get a refrigerated truck for meat. I have to make sure that when the warehouse is set up, we set the limitations. So for the time being, the factory connection over here will not go into the warehouse, that we can make sure everything is set up correctly. I don't know if we can have a vehicle unloading fuel here and not block this. I guess we're gonna find out. Let's go for the western forklifts. Don't remember having used them yet. And I guess we need another fuel truck. Just a small one. Or we can put it on an existing route. Where would it make sense? We don't have a gas station in the area yet. It would make sense to have a gas station here. Bring fuel here and then to the gas station. Don't really need that large of a gas station, but I guess it would fit. And it is a town, so might as well. Hello, Stefan. Hello, Rubber Duck. Welcome. That's my playlist. Of course it is the same. How are you guys doing? I think we're gonna go with a smaller gas station. Maybe on the service road back here instead. Hello Project 7, welcome. Poor viewers. Well, we'll get used to it. Welcome to my stream. You are watching me build Helas, which is a town designed to become our largest settlement. We took a very long time building a tunnel through the mountain here. From our first settlement. Now starting to try and develop a large town. That should have a nice look to it, because I'm trying to build a road here with houses lining the sides. So I want to see what that looks like in first person. Everything fine, just lost my main kindergarten to the fire because of traffic jam. Okay. Well, it happens, I guess. Got our western forklifts here, which need fuel. If it's only the kindergarten, it's fine, but if a traffic jam destroys the kindergarten, then something else could happen later soon too. Normal stuff in Castrop Rauxel. I think for the gas station we're gonna go slightly larger truck instead of this one. We're gonna use this. Probably not the most money efficient vehicle anymore, but still fine. Only some 100 children. That's just fine. Well, I don't know if it had children in it. I don't know how close it was to the oil refinery. They might have already had a lot of pollution inside. They can make more, probably. Probably too. Okay, road construction to our heating plant has finally started. Meaning that the construction over here seems to be on par with building the heating plant, hopefully. Goodbye, Stefan. Have a good evening. We have our unloading station. 2 food trucks, one for clothing, one for clothing and electronics. And we still have 1 loading bay available if they want to do repairs. Fortunately, we don't have enough room to build another one if we need one. That should be okay. We'll set up a gas station in the back alley here. Proper gas stations will come in on the main road at some point. But for now this will have to be enough. Don't we have fuel here? I guess I need to bring another fuel load. The amount of vehicles we have in the area is getting a little bit high. And we got our better waste storage wagons, which I guess we don't need right now, but at some point we can replace our existing ones. Right now the capacity is not an issue. There's a lot of room for waste here, for mining, so no problem. Need to replant some more trees. Still waiting on that research. Looks like our 2 residential structures here have also been built. I just realized that I don't have a waste storage for them yet, so better get on it and build that here too. And we don't need that many workers in this building. 6 will be enough, and we'll have to relocate the personal cars over, so we don't have to recycle them pretty much, can just reuse them. Okay, seems fine. So we have a secret police over there now. Let me check the school also, but it should have been set to 30% loyalty requirement. After we start learning about all of the loyalty of our citizens, we can make sure that only the most loyal of our citizens can work in education facilities. I also need to set the loyalty of our secret police. 30 should be fine. Hopefully the cars get here soon. There they are, speeding. What colors do we have available? I guess our secret police will be blue. Get that set up. Hopefully that'll help with loyalty in the area. We might be letting some very disloyal people teach right now, so we'll have to go back soon. Check if we still have teachers or if 30% loyalty requirement is too high. But once we have it running at a certain setting, it should slowly start boosting the loyalty in the area from removing subversive elements from our education system. It's April. Lots of buildings being constructed. We still have the shopping center with its warehouse. Sport and culture is not imminently urgent. What is urgent is the heating plant and the electricity. So I guess we also have to build these. This one is being built, and this one too. And the other ones should not be. I mean, we could relocate some people in here until temperatures start dropping again and then relocate them out of this area. But we at the very least need shopping facilities, otherwise it's not gonna work. So yeah, we could do without heating, I guess. As long as our other houses are not full, we could relocate them back at that point. I wouldn't be opposed to that. Would be nice finishing the electricity though. Well, it doesn't really matter, but I guess it does matter. Loading, unloading. For these tasks still matters. Otherwise they're just gonna try and keep everything evenly distributed. And they should shove as many resources as possible into the shopping center. Once more, please. Some more fuel, please. Water substation next to the fire station is being built. Sewage tank still is not hooked up. It is hooked up. Actually, no, it isn't. It has to be hooked up over here. I'm just gonna go ahead and start planting trees in this area. I don't know if we need water or sewage. That still will need to be hooked up in this area. But for the time being, some trees can already start growing. And if we ever need to make a change, we can just, well, bulldoze the trees pretty much. Okay, let's increase the priority for the road going to our electricity. Into this area here. Technically we could have this as dirt roads and then upgrade it later. But I don't trust the transformers because they could catch fire, so we're gonna build it right away as proper roads. Did we transport all of the material? Looks like it. Yeah. Made a little bit of profit. I hope they remove the white blueprints when you hide the UI, like the yellow ones. Otherwise it looks a little bit weird. Sports facility is relatively expensive. Now that the road here has been built, we can also hook up the cinema. A little bit too close. I guess we don't need any footpaths here yet. I'll wait. Heat exchanger coming up. Still have to build more heating pipe. Another heat pumping station, which also will need electricity, otherwise it won't run. These things, for some inexplicable reason, do require electricity. I don't know why. And then get our wire down here. There's a slope. Here's our another slope. Oh, start building new loans, new towns. I'm finished with loans. I'm not quite finished with loans, but I felt like I had enough waiting. We were making good profit on the US side, so I figured we could just go ahead and ignore the whole loan thing. What's the worst that could happen? Hello, Sunshell. Got another wire that we need to hook up. Seems to be about okay. No weird slopes here. And a substation. And we also need electricity here. Otherwise this won't work. Which I definitely have not hooked up yet. This takes care of everything. And then we have to just continue along this area and get down to our heating plant. I'm a little bit worried about the distance of this wire. There could be issues with not enough electricity reaching this area down here, I think. Hopefully that won't be the case. It's a pretty long wire. If we have problems, then we have to build a high voltage wire over here, set up another transformer and bring some electricity to that area instead. But for the time being, I think the electric consumption in the area should not be that high. So let's hope that works. Looks like we're done with this road. Next one. And we're getting in the area where the heating plant and its fire station can actually be built. I also have to rename my lines here. Helas. So it was the name of the town, the resources, and the destination. Copy that. And food. Don't have anything else just yet. Soon we'll have meat, we'll have fuel, we'll have alcohol. Those are still things to come. Loan-wise, we don't have any US-based loan right now, so on that front we're clear. And we're still repaying our 500,000 ruble-based loan, which I'm not too worried about because of the inflation. So I wonder if the inflation is faster than the interest rate. It kind of feels like it is, but I don't have proof. We could take the price of a resource that we're not really messing with right now and compare it to the price next year and see how much the price increased. But I don't think we need to do that right now. Coal price going down is good. Any other landmark here? I guess the river, but do I really want to place a name tag for a river? I mean, it looks pretty neat. That is a river for sure. We got this river. Got a little bit of a section that still needs street lamps. But after that one is done, the rest is just pure asphalt road all the way to the transformer. And most of it should be doable by machinery except for the last bit, which I made it a little bit too short for that. Doing groundworks with manpower. Not enough excavators. We're stuck doing road construction over here, pipe construction, etc. The heating pipe's gonna be expensive for sure. I hope we can have a lot of people living here. and carry most of them up to the iron ore mine. We might not actually get the research for prefab panel buildings. I'm considering going steel mill into cables, steel cables, to get the cableway stations up to improve our transportation of workers up to this area. Could have that cableway station here and bring them up. Still undecided. I think better housing is probably the right choice, but definitely automatic tree replanting first, just because I'm getting a little bit really annoyed by it. Still don't have the shopping center yet, or its warehouse, but we're getting closer. I will increase both priorities, because once we have this up, and the electricity, we can move people in here. Even if we don't have the heating, we just have to remember to move them out when the temperature starts dropping in October-ish. So that would help our construction projects a little bit. Although it doesn't really change anything, I guess, because we're just still moving people from here to construction tasks, I guess. Except with the fact that some facilities might not be constructed yet, and it could annoy our citizens a bit. But progress is slowly being made. I think we're gonna prevent them building into the roundabout right now. We'll leave that one for later, the university pretty much. I want a running town right now. The university is probably not urgent, especially since maybe Helas Old Town is close enough where they might automatically move into our Hall of Residence. If it works how I think it does, which I don't know. Someone else probably figured that out. Alright, we're gonna set up a small, very small warehouse here and see if we can make it work. Another test for our container facility. Because I want to understand how I can utilize containers for my purpose. And right now the first process did not work. You can leave and then go back into the road depot after you're done. And then we have to bring more containers over. I don't have to go crazy with it though. We basically need 3 containers, 2 food and 1 two crops and 1 food basically. I don't need to overdo it with the containers like I did last time. That should be enough. Containers. 2 crops, 1 food. The building is currently deactivated, which is correct. I guess we could check if it still misbehaves, but I will wait. Load anything. Bring it here. Wait until loaded. It's funny that we're building an old town and calling it Old Town, even though it's, well, a new town right now. I just know that I want to build it before we start researching more stuff. I guess we could call it Helas Town, and then we know we're not going to change this area. And it will stay the way it is. Our warehouse is being finished. That means we're going to spend a lot of money importing resources for it. Food, electronics, and clothing. Might be time exporting the electronics that I've saved up from 1965 or something. Didn't I put the year after that? When I looked at it again? I did not. Oh well. Still have some clothing in our domestic storage, but it's slowly emptying out. Production is low because we're taking a lot of workers for construction tasks right now. So in this area, it's mostly going to be food. And then 50-50 clothing, electronics, I guess. So mostly food, some electronics, some clothing. This is going to be really expensive filling that one up. And we will fill it to the brim if we run it right now. I guess we can unload a little bit into it. So we have some materials ready. And we're turning the factory connection around again, so they can't unload in here anymore. But we have some resources to start the area out with. As soon as we have workers in this area, we should get a benefit from it, where we can run a bus to the iron mine. Right now I need just some resources to get it kick-started. Road construction to our electricity setup is progressing as well. I do hope that the wire isn't too long. It is very long though. More than a kilometer, hopefully not 2. We'll use some charge for sure. Might be 2 kilometers. So this is like even a little bit longer than this. Up here, and then over here. 1.65 kilometers. There will be some drop in efficiency, but hopefully the wire can manage. And if not, we'll have to replace it at some point. Load whatever is in the warehouse and just shove it in here as soon as it's built. Don't have a very large shopping center in the area, but I wanted to build one that matches about the size of the houses that we have in the area. Didn't want to go overboard. This heating pump setup is only urgent, or not, it's only relevant as soon as we want to hook up our other town to the heating, which currently is not what we need to do. So the shopping goods are coming up. People could also live without electricity, but doesn't really make any sense, I guess. Police station not urgent. Sports facility kinda urgent, but that should finish in time. And I guess that's about it. It's only going to be 250 people, so the throughput of our water and shopping goods, etc., should not be a concern. But yeah, we have to be a little bit careful about how fast we're importing things. $17,000 for electronics and clothing. I also have to set up the unloading correctly, because it needs basically 2 unloading commands, not just 1. Unload anything. Do not wait until unloaded. And then wait for unloading. Did we say electronics? Because it goes faster, right? Wait until electronics has been fully unloaded. So you basically unload everything at the same time and then only wait for electronics to finish unloading. Because it should be the resource that is consumed faster by our people. I import clothes? No. I do not import clothes. I load them from the warehouse, from our domestic clothing warehouse next to the clothing factory. I import fabric and turn that into clothing. So I only load electronics from the customs house and then clothing domestically. That would have been funny. But no, no footpaths there. I think anyone would probably walk here and then cut across as fast as possible. Well, people who are walking to work probably would. People who are leisurely strolling around might not. I might build a footpath here at some point just to give it that look. And the same thing over here. Might build something in the way, so they can't really cut across. I'm pretty much liking the look how it develops right now. Seems pretty neat. I like the building with the service features like electricity, water and heating between a road and a footpath. Then another road and then the shopping mall area. I guess we also have a clinic here. Not opposed to that. I think if I do that again I would leave another bit of room here just to have footpaths connecting from the roads behind the buildings. But I guess they can just walk along the road if they want to. So all that is missing right now to move people in is shopping center, electricity, and the heating plant. With the heating plant going to take the longest. That is for sure. And the bus stop, I guess, because I don't want to make 2 bus routes here. So we will upgrade these construction tasks to high priority. Oh, looks like unfortunately it split that one up into 2 construction tasks. That means it's going to take a little bit longer. We are halfway through the year. Still have a few more constructions to be done. And this one takes 2000 days of construction, work days. But if nothing else gets built, it should receive all of the materials quite quickly and construction shouldn't take too long. We do have quite a few workers. We will not import the meat just yet, but we will set up the route so we only have to start it. And yeah, nothing else needed. I think my naming didn't really make much sense. I guess this makes more sense. Old Town. Did I write Helas Old Town or just Old Town? I wrote Old Town. No, Old Town is fine. Old Town is fine. We might have another grocer over here at some point, just to extend the walking distance a little bit. Okay. Laying brick phase. And then roofing phase, and then we should have our shopping center, I think. Let's check on Colata and see if the secret police is doing its job and everyone else is still being able to do a job. We don't know the loyalty of everyone yet. So it looks like we might need more workers here. Because we have so many buildings, they might be overworked. And we're gonna get another vehicle for them. But overall, I think this is going to improve the, not just the efficiency, but also the loyalty in the area. But they do need to be able to reach everyone. Hopefully they can do that with 10 workers. I don't want to employ more workers for that small of an area. Our secret police in Krasna can do more than that with only 2 vehicles. Or at least it could until now. I fixed the happiness problem there. I didn't fix it, it just went away. Maybe it was people that were relocated and they were not working correctly. But the person over here who had like 3% happiness basically moved out. Probably due to old age. There are still some people here with very low happiness. So we have someone free timing with 100% food, 100% alcohol. Currently at 10% happiness. They moved in here relatively late because they were near the end, second half. And they increased to 11%, but I'm sure they're going to decrease again at some point. So I don't know what's happening in this area. Might be something weird. I don't know. I guess we can build this section and the road into the technical university so we can at least get that set up so that we may start construction, bringing resources to it as soon as we finish everything else. Waiting on asphalt. We're also doing heating pipe construction still, which are going to take quite a few resources, but they have been going on for quite a while. And that should be the last heating pipe now. And it's going to be faster than the heating plant, I think. A substation being built. Getting closer to our electrical grid. Unfortunate there about the road connection, but also a little bit wonky. So now that we have some houses here, I guess what I wanted was also to use some decorative pathing. So I don't know which one to use yet. This looks pretty neat. This does not look that great because of the edge. I think we're going to use airplane road here. Up to here. And then maybe asphalt road on this section. Doesn't really match with the pedestrian footpath, so we're not going to use those. But airplane road seems to work well. I think that looks okay. Still need one over here. I mean, we need all the housing. We need to remove all of the green space from within this road, like this whole space. I guess there could be a tree here. We could have a lone tree in this area. Not opposed to that. Last construction phase, pouring concrete. And then we have our supermarket. Still waiting for the electricity so we can start the import of meat. But we're one step closer to moving people in. Culture building, sports facility, not imminently urgent to move them in. And they will finish the construction of these buildings faster because it's closer to our resource storages. Right now we should focus our effort on what we set as high priority, which is the heating plant and the electricity. Money's staying pretty much stable in the center. We're still spending money on foreign workers, but at some point that will change too. I guess I can remove the technical service from here to, I guess, our temporary service area down here for now. It's only snow plows anyway. 3 kilometers. No mud roads, gravel roads barely, if nothing else needs to be done. That should be fine. It's gonna destroy my trees. No. Okay. We'll have to replant those after we load the save game again. And we'll just get a fountain here as well. I don't know if I can plant trees here. No, I do. Looks like we can replant those immediately. But those ones probably won't work. Yeah, those ones are not allowed right now. A removed tree is removed until you load the save game again. At our shopping center, 50% food, 25% clothing and electronics. That should be good. And they will need to haul those materials into our shopping center. Not sure why they're not hauling food or clothing yet, but I assume they might be out of fuel. Yes, that is true. We're waiting on the gas station to be finished. So let's get that set up so we can bring fuel to the forklifts. And that is also the point where we will be able to see if the trucks have a parking spot here, but it looks like they won't. They're just going to park in the open area, unload, and then if I would tell them to wait until unloaded here, they might block that building for maintenance or other things. Fountain has a low priority. Beautification doesn't need to happen right now. Slowly making progress on the road. We have 3 more roads. 2 for the switch and 3 in total for the transformer. And the wires to the transformer have already been built. We just need one more high voltage wire to give ourselves electricity for the old town area. And over here, short road section, 1, 2, 3, and we're at the heating plant, fire station. And then 4 road segments to go into the heating plant area, which we theoretically could cut down to allow them to construct the water and sewage tanks. But that isn't really that urgent. The water and sewage truck can just drive directly to the buildings while we get things set up. So 4 months and then some. We are making progress, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. I don't know if the forklifts do need electricity to refuel. Load fuel. Unload here. And then unload here, wait until unloaded. Fuel for the old town area. So it looks like they are not refueling outside. They don't drive around town to look for a gas station. Hopefully that doesn't mean at some point they stop working when no one uses the fuel in the gas station. That could be a problem, like if no one refuels here and they don't use the fuel, then the forklifts don't get any fuel anymore. And we basically run into the issue of them not hauling any resources into the shopping center anymore, causing issues. But if that is the case, then this building will give us a warning message, and as long as we don't ignore it, we will be able to go here, fix the issue real quick and haul more resources over. And if we choose to ignore it, then we will fix it a little bit later with a little bit fewer people living in this area, I guess. Heating pipe still being dug out, 144 tons of gravel, lots of deliveries happening right now. Progress is being made. One delivery of asphalt, unless we use W50s, but no, we got no truck heading here right now. Not yet, at least. Heat pumping station in place. All of this area should probably also be paved. I don't really see a reason for greenery in this area except for this strip. Everything else is probably going to be paved or gravel. So it's not very far anymore until we can open this area up. Crime being an issue. Last time we had to increase the amount of our courthouse. This time, oh, we don't have any escapes. Lovely. I do need to set a loyalty requirement here though to prevent anyone with 0% loyalty working in this. So the courthouse is doing fine. Police station here is doing fine. We do have 100 extra people living in Kolata potentially, more than 100. So let's make sure that the police station over here is also okay. I guess there was just some crime. Don't know any issues. Like, sure, we had police not coming to a crime scene once for this whole year so far, and once last year. But that happens, like, police work should be very efficient nowadays. Now it seems like we know the loyalty of all of our professors, So happiness and loyalty should slowly start going up here. Very nice. It will take a generation or two, but it should happen. Got all the resources for our sports facility. We did bring fuel here, but the forklifts cannot refuel without electricity. And yeah, this way it would block this building completely. So we had to build something where it could wait at the end. It made sense. I guess since we're already putting pavement in the area, I might as well go ahead and do it for the bus platform. Even though that will remove the other trees, I would imagine. Oh, it didn't. Nice. I like the airplane square better. I already built all of these footpaths. Iron price going down. We did make decent money so far, so no concerns. Ruble is going down because we're not earning as much, but that's also okay. As long as we're still paying back most of the loan, we can compensate with occasional imports from the east, from the west. 80 tons of gravel still remaining to be delivered. And then we have to build 74 tons of steel pipe with some mechanical components. The pipe itself will be very quick, as long as the resource deliveries can keep up. This road has been built just now, so we're down 2 roads for the fire station, 4 roads for the heating plant. End of August, so 3 more months. Sorry, 4 more months. I need a drink. Start the road construction towards our electricity, otherwise we won't get any. And I'm gonna be a little bit cheeky and speed things up in the area. If I can. And start the construction of this road from the other side, so we can build a little bit faster in the area. Unloading without electricity in the area is very slow, but the storage is almost completely filled with fuel. And yeah, the fuel consumption of these should be very low, especially since they don't have to drive very far. I do know that 4 forklifts are enough to keep a large supermarket fully occupied at 35% loyalty. So it's not a completely full supermarket, but they were not stressing it. A supermarket that wasn't running at a low capacity. It was a somewhat high capacity. Could also bypass this road, speed things up here a little bit. So we can build all of them at the same time. We might be getting to the point where not all construction offices can reach this area, so we will have to go ahead and make some manual assignments. They are 3.4 kilometers away. Those are just our maintenance construction offices, but they still provide extra vehicles. Small store in Kolata is out of goods. No electronics here. I made the same mistake here, waiting to unload both. So I need to unload both, don't wait until unloaded. And then wait until the electronics are unloaded and get more stuff. Because we still had clothing, but we ran out of electronics. So that should hopefully resolve the issue. Might have to get another grocer in the area. Maybe we can build one over here. Oh, I guess on this side. So we are going to go for a larger town, if you haven't realized. I am going to push this up a little bit and get some research done from this. We're 500 people away from an extra research, plus the town itself acting as one. All of Helas is going to be one research. And probably 1 or 2 more researches just from this town. For now. Before we start developing into another area. I would like to get the research for logging, I would like to get the research for prefab panel buildings, bigger monuments, and the resource overlay at the very least. So I know where to develop. We need to go for coal and maybe think about setting up a steel mill. Steel price seems to be climbing. It's staying about where it is. I guess the iron ore export is helping, keeping it relatively stable. Don't have anything for coal yet though. And that could rise at any moment, so depending on how the game feels. Okay, building the last road for this transformer, second to last road for the switch. Could also speed this up, I guess. Get this one assigned too, and build all the roads at the same time. And once we have electricity, we can start importing the meat, which will take money, but we have that. I'm actually very happy with how much money we have. Let's talk about that again as soon as the last heating pipe and the heating plant start, or have finished their construction. Still some more gravel needed. That is the one and only pipe right now, 48 tons. Occasionally getting gravel deliveries, but not always. And once it's done and the open hull truck can become active, construction should be relatively fast and our money might take a hit from it. But that's okay. And road construction over here is working fine too. I'm gonna go ahead and assign our new construction offices to the assignment tool. Or at least the construction offices that we currently have in the area. And we don't have anyone over here anymore. So that should be all of them. 2 maintenance, 1 machinery, and 1 that we have placed here, which we haven't named yet because it's not defined what it's gonna do. Right now it was doing mostly road construction. That's why it has so many paving vehicles inside. And that's gonna come in handy for the rest of the town construction as soon as we need it. I'm so happy that they made the change that you only get a pedestrian crossing if you have 2 footpaths hooked up. The 4 towns were looking really strange. And now you have choices that you can make. If you only hook up 1 footpath, you still have a connection, but you don't get a pedestrian crossing until you hook up 2. So electricity shouldn't be a problem anymore. The transformer and the switch aren't set to high priority, but that should be fine. They don't take that many resources, and the other construction material vehicles should find the time to bring some resources over here in there whenever they feel like it. I think there will be a tree here too. I don't know why I'm announcing that, but I am. Tree here. So we can plant trees on paved things. So I am thinking of turning all of this into gravel and then next time redo the trees. But I'm also not opposed to the green strip. I do, however, want airplane square here. Okay. It's a good tree. Let's hope it will be. It's probably going to get accidentally removed by something at some point. I should name it. So we have like 3 choices. We have Stumpy, we have Bark, and we have Eduardo. Which one should I pick? Eduardo. Alright. We will have to take good care of our Eduardo then. I worry that when I turn this into gravel that this tree is affected, but that Eduardo is affected, but we'll see. He might be fine. I have to say I'm really looking forward to finishing the road and taking the trip down for the first time with a vehicle driving through the tunnel and emerging from this area, going to whatever we're going to. I am really looking forward to this. It's probably going to be some buses carrying students from Kurasna down here, because I still think that we might just demolish the university because it is so inefficient. We'll have to have all houses finished. And maybe develop this area a little bit more. And then there would be a skyline in this area. I really need to remove that grass in the area. Got our first road. The power transformer hooked up. I guess I'll give it high priority. Might as well. This one just needs a delivery of asphalt, some workers, and they can pave it to the end. The workers are heading here right now, but the asphalt is not en route yet. So a little bit of inefficiency there. Let's also get these roads set up, but not with any priority. They can just do them whenever they feel like it and have nothing else to do. Over here, 2 roads finishing up. Need to roll this one. And then we have 1 more road to the heating plant itself. And the fire station. And I guess the bus stop. Three more months. It's looking unlikely that we will finish this. The heating plant takes a little while to build, but who knows. As soon as the road is done, resource delivery might be quick. It might all snap into place. We still have to bring some workers to the heating plant to pre-charge the area with heating, otherwise we're gonna have a bad time. And I also need some buses that are ready to bring workers to the heating plant. I did not take into consideration having a bus end station. That might be on the return trip through the roundabout, or maybe just over here when they turn around to pick up more workers from the area. But yeah, for now we won't have an end station here. I don't know if the pub has been built already. I don't think so, but maybe. It was set up fairly early. It has been built. And you can already start running because there's nothing else stopping you. Three buses. Mars 305. High speed, high capacity. The capacity is not really necessary right now, but I want the fastest trucks there are. And we can restrict the amount of people sitting in the bus until we have maybe a need for more workers going over there, because there will be an industry. But the only route we are going to have is load anyone with an education and drop them off into the bus stop as soon as the construction is done. And that's about it. We still need an ambulance for our clinic. We have our sports facility. I guess we finished that construction. Groundwork for the transformer are finishing up. Groundwork for the switch can start. And then the wire itself should also be high priority. Should also not take too long. And once we have electricity, we can start bringing meat here. And the money is going down, which I assume means I bought 3 buses. Okay, never mind. I was about to say it. I assume it means we started with the heating pipe construction, but maybe that price isn't actually that high. No, we're just slow. We are just slow with that. Gravel is going everywhere else. Road construction, groundwork construction. For all the facilities that are set to high priority instead of that pipe. But that's fine. Fuel in here is fine. Fuel of the gas station will slowly start filling up. At some point this gas station will be made obsolete. We're going to start sending some more fuel over. You can go over here first. And then do another run to the customs house, bringing some more fuel here. But yeah, once we have this one filled, this one will become obsolete. Slower equipment will have to drive up here, which is going to be unfortunate. But we can also then put the construction offices on the same route, bringing fuel to the forklift garage, then the construction office, then the gas station. Should mean we always have fuel in each building. Okay, groundworks. One more delivery of asphalt. A little bit of steel, electronic components, and then we'll have our transformer. And it's pretty much the same for the switch, except a few more resources, and the wire itself also won't take too long. Eduardo's looking pretty strong. Not a lot of traffic here yet, creating pollution, but this will be our economic green area where vehicles should pay attention that they do not harm Eduardo. He has to be safe. Temperatures are dropping to the point where we are getting heating warnings again in the fire station. I guess for the first route we are going to pick up workers from Korazna and send them to the heating plant to get it pre-charged and then switch over to our town over here. But we do have to set up the bus stop for that. But as soon as the bus stop is up, we can start bringing workers here and they can help with the construction. Fire station itself will only get one vehicle. Okay, that was a risky overtake. I'm resisting the urge to drive down the tunnel right now and see what it looks like. I want it to be fully done before I look at it. It's gonna take a while though. But yeah, as soon as we have a baseline set up with 300 citizens living here, expanding upon it should not be that difficult, because workers can just walk onto construction sites and build it, and we just have to rely on resource deliveries. Except of course for road constructions, etc. Groundworks for the transformer are done. Steel, electronics, 10 workers each with some tower cranes or road cranes, and we will have everything set up. That wire is technically not necessary right now, so we're going to pause it. And it looks like we're digging out the wire with just manpower, which is fine. Our excavators might have other things to do right now. Doing the groundwork with just manpower everywhere. That's all of the asphalt. We also don't need that dirt road anymore. It has done its job. Can reach everything now. I need to save a little bit of money to get the heating pipe set up, but I also need to import more resources for our shopping center at some point. Okay, 12. So 3 more truck deliveries of gravel before we start consuming a lot of money for the steel. But the heating plant also will take a lot of steel. One more asphalt delivery for the last road, road 404, but we found it. Getting a paver, and then we're also building towards the university. And yeah, at some point this will be a roundabout. Probably going to be a road going over here with another bridge, with the service road going underneath. Service road through here, another residential area. Just guessing right now. This could develop differently. But I want to build a larger town. Even though we're playing low tech. And settlements would probably be better. If we have one large town that can provide us with education and research, that would be nice. I do not want to have another university in this town though. I think the size of the town is probably going to be capped by the university, which means the technical university is not the best for a very large town. That would be for a medical university because it has the highest efficiency from what I've seen. Okay, just road cranes. Some more resources, also road cranes, workers. And we'll set up everything. And we'll have electricity, we can bring in meat. Get the shopping center set up properly. The meat will also cost us a lot of money, relatively. But then once it's all filled, it'll slow down. It's just going to be the initial burst getting everything set up that will be costly. We might have to take out a loan to get everything started, but we are making so much money if we weren't constructing that we're basically staying even with the money right now, even with all of the construction tasks that we are having. So I'm feeling pretty confident in taking in, if I have to take out a loan, that we would still be fine. This is a maintenance road. This one will be set up as soon as we do the roundabout, otherwise it's not going to make any sense. I guess this road could be set up right now. 4 and 2. Having a left turn on a roundabout is going to be weird, but it's only for repairs and fire trucks, which will have a very good reach into here. Technically we don't need the fire station here, but I'm going to feel safer if we have one. Very short distance to the heating plant. Same workers as the heating plant. Should be much safer. Looks like everything is getting set up, meaning that we can bring the bus route to bear fairly soon. And those workers will assist with construction. Even if they can't work the facilities right now, they will still walk onto the construction sites and help build up the heating plant mostly. And when the buildings are up, they can walk into the buildings. So all we will need to do is change the bus route from Krasna to Helas, as soon as we have people living here. 1.5 months to go. Still haven't started. Oh well, we have started with the heating plant fire station, but the heating plant is now starting with its groundwork construction. I'm not sure. Probably not gonna happen in time, but it's not too far off. One more delivery of bricks and we will have all the materials we need. And maybe a few extra workers. One more winter. I am not afraid moving people in here during winter, as long as we can get workers into the heating plant first and make sure that Helas actually has heating before we move people in. As soon as our dump trucks are done, they can also focus on bringing the remaining gravel to the heating pipe over here. 17 tons plus... that's 3 tons is 20 tons, so another gravel delivery will have to be made. Brave. I mean, as soon as I have heating, it's not a problem. I'm not going to use the workers from Helas to heat this. I'm going to use the workers from Kolata. So it should not be brave, it should be normal. Should be fine. They can just walk along the road, I guess. Sure. Steel delivery? Steel delivery to what? Oh, you're building that stuff. I guess that's fine. I don't know if our fire station is in heating range. I think I made sure it is. Yes, it is. It does, however, not have electricity. So that will be a downside. We will set that up later. Right now we will focus on existing construction tasks. We definitely need the electricity here though. I need to set up the electricity here. I thought I set up a wire. Oh, we do have electricity. I set it over there. Then we don't need that building. I already have one. Get that one removed. Remove that. I guess we will need to build these. I forgot all about that substation. That is my bad. Assign the demolition office to remove this road section. Okay, so we have to build 3 more road sections. Let's turn that into 2. To speed up. Let's turn that into 1. To speed up the construction a little bit. And we will pause that one. So we should get faster to the transformer here. We'll speed up the road construction, as well as the transformer. And the wire, which is another 1,000 workdays. Will take a little while. So yeah, I think we won't be able to get this set up this year, but 1980 definitely. Money's going down quite a bit. Got our electricity hooked up. Our freezer has electricity, meaning that we can now start bringing in meat. And yeah, customs house is pretty much overworked right now. But it's only dump trucks really. Dump trucks and electronics / mechanical components. Everything else is handled by the storage inside Karazna. So this bus stop is not correct. We're going to start with the one inside Karazna. And then we have to wait for this bus stop to finish construction, which won't take that long, because the workers will be heading here soon. Well, unfortunate. Oh well. One more winter, I guess. The meat imports will be quite pricey though. And then we still have to fill the warehouse with the other materials. This will take a lot of our clothing production just into that storage right now. I guess I could limit this right now. I'm just going to set this up where we will use a dummy resource to restrict the amount of materials down to a more reasonable level. Can't do that for the meat though. Alright, and more materials please. Still will be costly, but at least it won't be excessively costly. And we can expand the warehouse as the town grows, slowly removing the crops from the storage, just from the assignment. And it will open up the storage more and more, without spending a ridiculous amount of money right now, for resources that we don't need. Could also store electronic and mechanical components in here, I guess, and use those for construction. So we don't have to go to the customs house for that either. Bus stop and fire station up. We're gonna get another Western fire truck. I do like my W50 fire truck though, and it's so cheap. W50 fire truck it'll be. And then we'll set up our bus route. From Korasna right now, loading anyone who has an education, bringing them here to the bus stop. And then I guess if you still have people loaded, unload them here, so they can find work there too. I'm gonna name it for the future town. Like for the future purpose, not what it is doing right now. Helas Old Town workers towards heating. With line spacing. We're gonna get a a bus end station later. No electricity here yet. Still need to build this. Need to unpause it for it to actually get built. And I did hook them up to this transformer instead, and we will need both of them, so we will also have to build this. I thought I hooked everything up to the same building, but I guess I didn't want to have like crossing power lines, so I just said do this one instead, which I guess is fine. That is a lot of workers. Oh yes, that is a lot of workers. Hopefully the line spacing will kick in and we still get some workers for our other tasks. Water is not getting delivered here, which is probably fine. But then again, I should make sure that our citizens get what they need, I think. There's no water tank yet, but they can or should be able to deliver it directly into the building for the time being. Water and sewage tank will happen soon, later. Slowly filling up the meat storage. Slowly filling up our warehouse. Is there not more room in here? No more food? I guess not. Okay. I guess I'll just let the meat truck do its thing. It will be very costly, but I could also put it in storage and then forget about it and have some issues at a later point, requiring the imports at that time then. One more delivery of gravel, come on. Last delivery. And then a bunch of steel, mechanisms, mechanical components. And we'll be in business. And yeah, since the construction officers don't have much else to do, this is basically the highest priority right now. All of them are going to go here delivering resources. And when they are done with groundworks, they will start delivering to this area. We have quite a bit of electric wire to dig out. Don't have access to that wire just yet, until we get the road construction done, which is also happening. I think by the time next year we probably have the technical university up and running, if I had to take a guess. Stay strong, Eduardo. Winter is here. There's a lot of construction around you, but you will stay strong. You've lost all of your leaves, but you're still around. And we will see you after winter, I guess. Food truck here. Another food truck. Still need more electronic components. And clothing, I guess. Otherwise, no warehouse is on fire. The one that I built for testing things, I forgot about that. Alright, well, thanks for reminding me. Let's take a look. It doesn't really matter, this is just storage here. So what I'm interested in, we are going to unload containers. They carry 15 tons of crops. If we unload one, it will be more than what it can hold. We have 2 of them in here. So if we start the unloading and bring the other truck with the last container here with food. When we didn't have a warehouse, it stopped unloading. It unloaded the crops and it stopped, and then we dropped in the food and it didn't unload that either. So my question right now is, what happens if we unload this, but we have a storage explicitly for food that is still connected to it? No crops in that other one though, because otherwise it would just push the crops over and finish unloading the other the other container too. So the second container of crops should not get unloaded. And then we will deliver food, and currently the factory connection is set to not allow food to go over here. We're going to bring it over, see if it still doesn't unload like before, which I guess I can do right now. And then you're going to go back into storage. What is the other building I have there? Another road depot. Students. That is an empty route that doesn't exist anymore. We will get rid of that route. Empty vehicles, clothing export we will leave. Because I might at some point, I guess I will set our truck back to clothing exports. And then we don't have an empty route anymore. Okay, so the extraction of crops from the container is almost done. As soon as we get maybe a few extra workers, it will start speeding up again. And then it will stop, right? Yes. Because there's no more room for crops. it doesn't work anymore. Now we will bring an extra container in there for food, which holds some amount of food. 9.8 tons. I guess we could increase the amount, but it shouldn't matter. There is a little bit of room free for food. It should still be able to attempt to unload it. But from the last testing, it did not do that. So now we have a container of food in here. It shows we have the 9.8 ton and it does not unload. What happens if I turn the factory connection around now? Does not care about it also. That is not great. Because I would have assumed they would unload containers based on what you need. Alright, 5%, 25%, 70%. Lots and lots of room for food. Doesn't matter. They are not going to unload in here at all. Okay, well, containers, I don't know. We could use them for export, but for import or delivery across our republic, I haven't found a way yet to set it up where it would work for what I want to do. I guess if you have a really, really large town, you could spare a few workers just to make sure that you have some container loading, unloading facilities. One for each type of resource and then draw the resources from there. So they would basically replace your warehouse inside very large towns, I guess. But in our case, I don't think they are going to be useful. Unfortunately. We are going to go here, pick up any container, deliver here. Do that once more because we have 2 right now. And then go back into storage. And the other truck that I just assigned to clothing exports can just stay there because I'm just going to bulldoze the 15.6 tons of crops. I'm going to remove them and then bulldoze the whole thing. I think that was all the testing that I am going to do with containers right now. They will still be useful at some point, but they're basically in a warehouse with integrated unloading and increased storage. But you need like 1 container unloading facility per resource. And then maybe 5 to 10 workers to start the unloading process and then adjust based on what you need. The year has just ticked over. It's now 1980. And we're still moving towards our heating plant setup. The power lane and electric substation should not take very long, now that the road construction is almost done. But the heating plant and the heating pipe still take a little bit of time. We're almost out of money after we have triggered the import of the steel and mechanical components for our heating pipe, which means we don't have enough money to fund this. I will take out a loan to make sure we don't run into any issues, because it's winter right now. We're just going to take out 250,000. And that'll be fine. And also refresh our ruble loan at the same time, I guess. Don't want to run into any other heating issues in the area of our eastern border, which in-game is our southern border. So yeah, heating pipe shouldn't take that long. Just 1 more delivery of mechanical components. And all of the heating pipe will be set up. Then we're still waiting on the electric wires, which will take a while, because they have to dig it with 1 excavator. But when all the other construction tasks that are currently set to high priority are done, they will send the workers here and speed things up quite a bit. And the digging is the process that takes the longest, so the rest won't be a problem. Also set up the road connection to the fire station for our electric transformers. So in case of a fire, the fire station doesn't have to drive around but has the shortest distance possible. Because electricity is quite important. I think it goes in the process of heating, electricity, sewage and then water. how dangerous something is. Electricity will take heating with it, so if you don't have electricity, heating will also shut down. But heating is still the most important one during winter. Otherwise, if you don't have electricity during summer, it's okay, I guess. It reduces the efficiency of every building, but that's about it. Police station will have to be built at some point. The town will also benefit from getting a large courthouse because the population count is going to go up. But that is in a somewhat far future. Definitely not right now. Or this year. Maybe 1984 onwards. We need to trigger a population boom for our republic. Okay, heating pipe has all the resources necessary. And then we are going to await the steel deliveries and mechanical components to the heating plant itself, which will drive down our financial reserves even more. Looks like the heating plant will only go up after winter. So in theory I don't need to bring workers here right now. Maybe sending a few too many workers to the area. But that's fine. We are going to relocate 2 full houses from Korasna into Helas to start this area up. And then refill this area probably with some third world migrants. If we have the money for it. Okay. This excavation is going to take the longest, it looks like. 1,300 workdays. Hasn't even started yet. Why does it take so long? I have no idea. Because it's so long, because it goes all the way to the heating plant. Well, only up to here. They also still have to build this one, which also takes another 1,000 workdays. But yeah, they should be sending workers here as soon as every other construction task is done. I will leave this footpath and this one just as an orientation for when I want to build more things in the area. And we still have yet to flatten out this area for the middle bit. There's going to be more room up here, maybe more elevation areas. I don't know. This town, as I said, is going to be large. But we also need... we will have to wait to make a decision until we see the resource overlay. I'm not going to go around searching for resources because we are doing relatively fine in regards to money. If I were desperate for money, if coal was really expensive, I would probably spend a lot more time scrolling around desperately searching for a solution. Resource deliveries on this transformer are now also starting up. We're not going to start the construction of the university because that one is going to be really expensive. And yeah, heating pipe, 200 workdays, just delivery of bus delivery with like 25 workers to 30 would finish that construction task, no problem, I think. How many workers are we getting? Well, 4 buses. Probably gonna find the workers that we need. The resource deliveries up here aren't keeping up. Snowplows are allowed to go all the way to the heating plant, so that shouldn't be an issue. I do have to prevent snowplows from going up this road though. I think. Let's see if that traffic sign actually works. No snowplows in this area. That was not an indicator if it worked or not because it didn't move all the way to the sign. Okay, let's see if it works. Maybe it chooses this path now. No. Maybe this sign means that they never go onto this road section. Maybe they changed it. Previously it always drove to the sign and then turned around. Maybe they've changed it to the point where if a road has that sign, then the road is completely off limits. Because sometimes it was a little bit annoying when they had to drive to the sign to turn around and then go back to the regular road that they should be plowing. I guess it wasn't that much of a nuisance. I just remember it as such. Quick check on our technical office. Both of our buildings are fine. The culture building is not. Water, sewage are connected. Waste storage, however, is not. You're getting waste storage from this one, which hasn't been built yet. So we do need a waste storage for our cinema building. This is too far, I guess. Unfortunately, yes. That should be good enough. And it's not a large waste storage, which I guess is completely contrary to what I've set up so far, but it's fine. I don't expect to be an even higher density of housing in this area. This is our high density area for the old town. We're going to lower the density somewhat. Still waiting on asphalt. Getting brought here right now. Let me assign or make sure that all construction offices are assigned, because I'm not sure if sometimes maybe the excavators are missing because of assignment issues, but that's not the case. We're digging a lot of stuff by hand. That's also because we're still waiting on some concrete here to free up 3 excavators. Thankfully the concrete is on its way though. And then the excavators will be free to dig any wire out of the ground or into the ground that they want. But yeah, Helas is pretty much very close to being ready to have people move in. But unfortunately I will have to take a break for today, and we will have to continue this next time. So thank you everyone for watching. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Next time Helas Old Town should receive its first population migrated from Korasna into here. I think everything is set up in a way where we should be able to run the town without issue. Then be able to set up the university and make use of our new research opportunities. First, automate tree replanting. Let's see if I can do that right now, because I will otherwise have to do that next time when I start the stream, and I don't like doing that. I think when they cut down trees you can't replant trees until a restart also. Like the planting is really sparse here. I guess I will have to take a look at this next time. It doesn't really replant as densely as I wanted to. But we have some trees planted. But yeah, as I said, thank you very much for watching. We will be finishing the town next time. Until then, have a good end to your Saturday evening. Have a good rest of the weekend. And as always, maybe I'll see you next time.